Test 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic test 1 2 3 4 5.
Oh, yeah. You're good.
Okay.
Cool. You're all
Cool.
good, man.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yep, thank you.
Yep. See ya.
Check, check. Can you hear me out there? Turn me up in the back. I'm used to saying that. It is 6:30, 8/13/24. At this time, I will call our city council meeting to order. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and invocation will be given by Second Ward Council Member, Vice Mayor Freddie Dancy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, I have a guest speaker. It would be Pastor Heidenberg. Please step forward.
Thank you. Will you bow your heads with me? Father God, we just thank you today for this opportunity. We pray for the wisdom and the counsel of the Holy Spirit to lead these incredible city leaders to have great concern and care for its citizens. And so, Lord, we just thank you for the wisdom that you will provide, and we ask for it. And we pray, Lord, that you would just bring unity into our city, that you would bring unity into all of its citizens, into its leadership, and that you would be glorified in the process. We love you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Eastside.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember Hunt,
Present.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Here.
All present and accounted for. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking for a motion and support for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved. Oh, second.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, changes, deletions, additions? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. All right. Agenda passes unanimous. That brings us down to presentations and proclamations, starting with a proclamation of appreciation for Mr. John Dowling as he retires from the city of Jackson.
John, you want to come on up?
Come on down, Mr. Dowling.
Go in front and kind of read it, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Take the picture.
Check. Can y'all hear me out there?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dowling, you gotta step on up here, man. So it is always an honor to be able to honor people who bring a wealth of knowledge to our community, and especially after they have put in as many years of service to our community like you have. So I'm going to read this proclamation of appreciation. Whereas John H. Dowling, H stands for help in the city, City engineer will conclude his service with the City of Jackson on September 6, 2024, after a total of 31 years, 5 months, and 16 days of service. And whereas Mr. Dowling, born and raised in the City of Jackson, obtained his Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and his Master's of Business Administration degrees from Michigan Technological University. And whereas Mr. Dowling first joined the city on December 15, 1981 as a civil engineer, was away from Jackson for a period of employment in the private sector, then assistant city engineer for the city of Lansing, then returned to Jackson as city engineer in October of 1999. And whereas he has managed numerous significant projects during his service in the city, a few being the Consumers Energy Campus and parking decks, the City Hall renovation, the Grand River cap removal, execution of two-way conversions of many major streets, city trail systems, major street, sewer, and water projects, state grant projects, multi-million-dollar MDOT contracts, and several more major public facility and infrastructure projects. And whereas the city has benefited greatly from Mr. Dowling's service here with his expansive knowledge of the workings of the city's government, whether in his area of engineering expertise and budgeting and fiscal knowledge, and his unmatched knowledge of City Hall and Jackson community historical information, which will be sorely missed. But we got your phone number. Whereas it is the desire of the City Council to honor and recognize the invaluable service rendered by Mr. Dowling to the city during his tenure, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council hereby expresses to John H. Dowling its sincere appreciation for his outstanding contributions and years of dedicated service, and extends him and his family best wishes in future pursuits and in his continued exploration of the U.S. national parks. In witness hereof, I have hereunto affixed my signature, along with the rest of City Council, City of Jackson, Michigan, on this 13th day of August.
No. No.
Okay. That brings us down to item B, Jackson District Library millage renewal information.
Good evening. I am Liz Breed. I am the director of the Jackson District Library, and I am here with my colleague Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen Holen. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Jackson District Library. Thank you for making time for us today to speak with you about the library and the millage we will have on the November 5th ballot.
So we just wanted to take 5 or 6 minutes today to tell you a little bit about that and share a little bit of information about the library. Our current operating millage expires in December of this year. And to continue operating, we need a renewal of our operating millage, and the rate is 1.7411 mils for 8 years. So this is a renewal, not an increase, and it's really important to us and the library board to not ask residents for an increase. Good planning and stewardship of the library's funds since the 2016 operating millage has made it possible to operate with 14 locations, 1 bookmobile, and over 140 staff. So for a City of Jackson homeowner with a median home value of $88,000, that's approximately $76 annually in taxes, or about 20 cents a day, for all of the resources, services, and programming that the library offers residents. If the millage doesn't pass, we will not be able to operate the way that we currently do, because the revenue generated from the millage comprises 85 to 90% of our revenue. Without a renewal, there would be some serious cuts, longer holds lists, staffing changes, open hours changes, and building projects would be delayed. So that leads us into how we are funded. And you've got a pie chart in your packet that shows that property taxes consistently represent between 85 to 90% of our revenue. And other sources of funding include penal fines, state aid, and we also receive grants and donations and some revenue from contracted services. And to give you an idea, our annual budget this year is approximately $10.5 million. So I want to share a little bit about what we've done since the 2016 millage. We've worked in 4 categories. So the first category is enhancing our services and increasing access for residents. And that looks like things such as expanding eligibility for library cards. So we used to just give library cards to people that live in the county. We now offer cards to people that live, work, and go to school in the county. We've expanded Wi-Fi access to the buses and also pushed Wi-Fi out to Horace Blackman Park. And we've added 2 legal self-help centers to complement what we offer downtown at Carnegie. So we have one in Concord and one in Brooklyn, so we can make that more available. You may have also noticed we've been working on upgrading our infrastructure, so a lot of capital projects. Since 2020, we've been renovating and in some cases expanding our buildings. So we've had expansions at Brooklyn and Spring Arbor. Also renovated there. We've renovated East. We've been doing work on the Carnegie Library, currently replacing 155 windows. And new projects for later this fall will be Hanover and Henrietta. Since 2020, we've spent approximately $5 million on these projects, and we're very pleased to report that we've done all of that without taking on any debt. The third area we've been working on is expanding our collections. So we circulate over 280 hotspots, very, very popular. We've expanded our digital collections, and we've also added the full archive to the Citizen Patriot for researchers who are interested in local history. And we've continued to offer quality programming. So things like StoryFest, Young Poets, of course, summer reading. Last year, we saw over 31,000 people attend at least one program at the library.
And as a matter of fact, we see more people each year and have more engagement with our resources, services, and programs. So you can see there, since 2013, we've seen a 74% increase in digital content use. Since 2016, we've had a 23% increase in overall circulation of library materials. Since 2018, there's been a 29% increase in program attendance. Since 2020, we've seen a 43% increase in social media followers. Since 2021, there has been a 98% increase in new card signups. And since 2022, we've had a 49% increase in community room use.
So I'd like to talk briefly about how we'll use millage funds going forward. So we conducted a community survey at the beginning of this year. We had over 600 people respond. And here are some summaries of some of the feedback we've gotten. So people are very interested in having us continue our focus on modernizing our spaces and would like to see more communication from us about what's happening at the library and the types of resources that are available. They're also interested in having us take a look at our open hours and our program times to make things more accessible and available to people. And a lot of interest in expanding literacy efforts and doing that through programming, services, outreach, things like that. So we're using that feedback to build our 2025 through 2027 strategic plan, and you'll see more on that towards the end of this year.
All right, so for the last slide, how can you support JDL? There are many ways you can show your support for Jackson District Library. Sharing with the people in your life how the library has impacted you, or talking to your friends and neighbors are just a couple of ways. And if you'd like to read more about JDL's upcoming operating millage renewal, you can find more on our website at myjdl.com/millage. Thank you for your time today, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Council, what questions do we have?
How can we as council members be helpful in this library millage request?
I would say that sharing the message that this is a renewal, it's not an increase. Sharing the message about how we serve people, and that we're very aware of wanting to do what residents need and ask us to do. So we take that feedback very seriously. And so the community survey has been really helpful for us in doing that. So, and then I would say pointing them to the information on our website. So we have pretty much everything there that people need to know about the millage. And then they can always contact me if they have questions, and my contact information's on our website.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. That brings us down to item number 6. Am looking for a motion to open a public hearing to receive citizen comment on the proposed brownfield plan development and reimbursement agreement for property located at 545 Hupp Avenue, consisting of parcel numbers as you see followed in your agenda.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say the same. And the public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, do you have any communications that have been emailed about this particular public hearing? No. Okay. I don't see any of the yellow slips, but I also don't see them out, so I'm just going to take a quick peek. I don't see any written specific to speak to this public hearing either. Council, do you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns during this public hearing on this particular item? Okay. Seeing or hearing none. Do we need to take any action on this item?
No, we take it under new business.
Perfect. Okay. Do we need to close and then open another public hearing for item B?
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I move that this public hearing be closed.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Public hearing is closed. Looking for a motion and support to open a public hearing to receive citizen comment on item B, IDD number 98-503 East Biddle Street.
I move to open the public hearing.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Public hearing is open. Madam Clerk, do you have any written communication on this particular public hearing?
No, I do not, but I believe the representative is here to speak with you all.
Okay.
Mr. Sunday.
Mr. Sunder?
Sunday.
Sorry, say it again.
Sunday.
Mr. Sunday?
Malik can talk about it.
Okay, Malik, come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to your honorable body. Coming before you this evening, just to give you a little more insight on this request. This request is coming from Sheriff Goslin, which is a residential and commercial roofing and exterior services company. They are in the process of moving their operations back to Jackson and have significant reinvestment plans for the site in the existing building that's located at 503 Biddle, which is at Cooper and Biddle on the east side of Cooper. They desire to qualify for a tax abatement in order to support these reinvestment goals. And it's their understanding that the city must first establish the district, which is the Industrial Development District. From that point, and just a little bit more information on the development project, it involves a complete renovation of the building that's currently at the site, and also includes the addition of 12 full-time jobs and investments, further investments in beautification to that property.
Thanks, Mike. Yep. Thank you. Council, any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing or hearing none, we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say the same. And public hearing is now closed. That brings us down to item number 7, citizens' comment. I will start by reading the rules. It's been a minute. Don't want to make sure that nobody forgot the rules. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number 3, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. And number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Mr. Hastings.
Hi, good evening. So I'd like to speak tonight to the issue of crime in the city of Jackson. I think all of us can agree that crime is a very thorny and difficult issue that's been with us from the beginning of time and will be to the end of time. But I don't think that means there isn't some relatively low-hanging fruit that can be taken, that can be grasped. So to begin with, back in May, this body passed an emergency ordinance to prevent essentially street parties and tailgating on city parking lots. And so the Saturday following the Tuesday when he passed that ordinance, it was a rainy night in Jackson. There wasn't a lot of, I think, tailgating or outside partying going on. But down in Akron, Ohio, there's a street party. 21 people were shot and 2 people were killed. Move on to July of this year. The Saturday following the 4th of July, there was a street party in the city of Detroit. 27 people were shot. 2 people were killed. So, again, a street party, and these invites are going out via direct message on social media, so they're very, very hard to keep a hold of. So it's very important that this was brought forward as an emergency ordinance that was championed by the police chief and the mayor, and that was quickly passed. You're never going to get credit for some terrible thing that didn't happen, but it's obvious the situation down there by the foundry was boiling over. Okay, so let's talk. Here's some low-hanging fruit I think can be addressed. Okay, Mr. City Manager, you like to walk around downtown, right? Sure you do. So there is graffiti everywhere. It's gang graffiti. And I'm not going to get into discussion what's a gang versus group versus a file versus a clique. It's gang graffiti. Append whatever adjective or modifier you'd like to it. It is on utility boxes, utility poles, road signs, post boxes, postal boxes, and dumpsters. So I think it would be actually a relatively simple matter. I'm assuming some of those utility boxes belong to Consumers Energy, can't be sure. Just to make some phone calls, send some emails. The cost of remedying that and addressing that is labor and a few buckets of paint. The next one, I've been kind of looking at Crime Stoppers lately. So there's a Crime Stoppers program. It's privately funded to try to get various fugitives at large in the Lansing and Jackson area. It's privately funded. They have a $1,000 cap on that. Since there's about, what, $1.5 million surplus you're going to be discussing tonight, I think you should scoop out about $250,000 of that and start offering real Crime Stopper awards. For instance, we had a couple people, a pair of gentlemen driving a car downtown. They hit and run 2 pedestrians. They eluded and fled Jackson police. They're still at large. I think that would merit a $25,000 award. How about the murder on Griswold Street, $50,000 award? Why not put this money out here and see if you can move the chains on serious crime in the city? We're number 5 in the state of Michigan. And the great news is, if you don't get tips leading to arrests, you still have your money in hand. Thank you.
John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. The Party of Democracy, the Democrat Party, executed a coup in which it forced their elected presidential nominee to give up his nomination and installed Kamala Harris as the new nominee. Powerful California politician Willie Brown gave rise to Vice President Harris's career in exchange for her giving rise to his male sexual organ. Brown showered her with political appointments and lavish gifts such as cash and a luxury car. Brown then is and now is still married to the same woman. More recently, Joe Biden stated he was going to pick a black woman for his VP pick. This DEI pick resulted in Vice President Harris. The mainstream media and political left now try to deny that fact. The mainstream media has chosen not to ask her questions and promotes her as the candidate of Joey. It allowed her to try to scrub her past of many left-wing positions she has held since, such as being for open borders and health care for all. When I say health care for all, I mean health care for all, as she has said she wants free health care provided to all illegal aliens. She chose for vice presidential pick a governor that made a law to force tampons to be placed in boys' restrooms. One of the first things Vice President did after President Biden's surrendering of his nomination was to appear with drag queen RuPaul on his show. The RuPaul show had a connection to the opening ceremony at the recently completed Olympics, in which Christianity was mocked with the drag queen Last Supper and the heat of the political left. I mentioned after Connor Wood's comment in the last meeting, projection, meaning accusing others of what you're doing with his parade that lifestyle in our face and shove it down our throat comment. I have some questions for Connor to answer later this meeting and will provide them in writing so he can remember them. They include, what is the purpose of drag queens dancing and gyrating in front of children? What is the purpose of illustrated child gay porn being in grade school libraries or any school libraries for that matter? Were you the one that drove Derek Dobie's truck to Essex Kites for the stolen truck hoax? Since you brought up the raising of your child, if your child or children don't feel comfortable having a member of the opposite sex at birth in the restroom or locker room, will you call them a bigot? If you and our 6th Ward council member leave your current relationships and run off with each other in order to ejaculate in each other's rear ends and whatever else, should society say love is love is love and treat that as equally beneficial to society as your current ones? And what is the fruit that would be produced from such relationships? And I'm not talking about AIDS.
Thank you, Mr. King. Chris Davis.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Davis. I live on North Brown Street in the 4th Ward. I was just looking at the consent calendar, and I wanted to direct your attention to item E, Traffic Control Order 2401. Argyle between Brown and Wisner. And this is asking us to increase the speed limit from 25 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour. First, I want to recognize that on that area of the street, nobody goes 25 miles per hour anyways, more like 35, 40, 50. But most importantly, this is the home of Hunt Elementary School. This is a school zone, so I would encourage you to not increase the speed limit there no matter what people decide to drive anyway. Thank you.
Miss Candy Blake.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to keep this together. I've been fighting the city about the parking lot behind my restaurant. I own Candy's Busy Bee Cafe. It's been 9 years of just nonstop fighting for my parking spots that I am charged for. And the latest thing that has happened is I've been a victim of a third-party agreement between the city of Jackson and Henry Ford Hospital. The city is getting paid by Henry Ford for parking lots that they moved to my parking lot. So therefore, I've went 8 weeks with hardly any money coming in for my staff, for my own self, because of the parking lot issue. So I've been to Freddie, because I do believe in following the chain of command. I've been to Freddie. Freddie has came down. He has helped me the best he could. Then he had recommended Beth Cooper. If I didn't say that right, I apologize. She had showed up about 6.5 weeks in, apologized, told me it was her fault. She moved all the cars from the Grand River Brewery and the farmer's market to my parking lot because she didn't know we needed that parking lot. I then told her it's been 6.5 weeks. I need compensation. So she then left. Jonathan Green showed up on the 2nd of August. We sat down and talked. He then told me that there was money being given to the city from Henry Ford Hospital for that parking lot, and I asked to be compensated to Jonathan. Instead, I didn't get any response from Jonathan. Beth came back. Beth came back in on the 7th of August and presented my husband with this pint of Apple Crown Royal for my troubles, for my parking lot being gone for 2 months. I barely can keep staff. They're not making any money. I understand it's over now, but it was 8 weeks of no money. I got pictures to show how there's none. Freddie has sat in my restaurant and heard customers complaining to me about walking a mile to get into the restaurant. My question today for the city council is, am I this much of white trash to you people that that's worth my 8 weeks for my staff and my restaurant? That's what I'm here for. And by the way, I am a recovering alcoholic, so I really don't need the pint of whiskey.
Joe Blake.
I'm Joe Blake. I'm Candy Blake's husband. I can kind of summarize this, where the infractions happened. I have these pictures that we can hand out. Anybody? I'll go over, I got a brief, what do they want to call it, disclosure a little bit. What those are depicting, we're going over 9 years, from 2015 of October. We had bought, this is our first time investing in the city of Jackson, like everybody wants. So in 08, I bought a home at 233 North Bowen Street, Jackson, Michigan. In 2015, me and Candy together, joint venture, bought a business in the city of Jackson. That's investing in the city of Jackson. Now, from day one, this has become an issue under the management of Patrick Birch in 2015. I'd confronted Patrick Birch directly about the lack of an agreement pertaining to my off-street parking. The back and forth is basically Patrick's attempt at doing what he wants regardless of my, by city constitution or ordinance, deemed rights. And what I'm talking about is the section, I have this all wrote out for you guys to make it easy. I brought an agreement. This is my counteroffer to the original offer. Mine is just kind of everywhere so I can get through it. All right, I'm Joe Blake on behalf of Candy's Busy Bee LLC, Joe Blake Properties LLC, and staff. This is a counteroffer made in good faith for resolution. There's nothing else. I mean this in good faith. I mean no disrespect. I don't care who was in what position. We're talking about 9 years. All right. What it is it's section, I have the sections right down here, 28-100, which basically loosely outlines how off-street parking will be handled by the city. And this comes down to when you have multiple buildings affected by a municipal lot. We in turn use assessments to build those buildings for maintenance and snow removal and upkeep. In turn, there is a usable formula for calculating the business's floor space, which we use, should be held with the city on record, showing that we have an agreement. The agreement is section 28-100 of off-street parking. B, rule for calculating parking spots. 1, usable floor space. Or gross floor space, which I would argue on mine, gross fits,
Thank you,
2,200
Mr.
square
Blake.
feet. What's that?
Said thank you. Sorry, 3 minutes is up.
Can you give me 2 seconds to deliver my counteroffer?
I would love to talk to you after the meeting, but I have to
Okay,
have
well,
to
I
stick
have
to
to
the 3
leave
minutes.
this with you because I
Unders-
have to give this formally.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. If
This is my offer countering
I understand.
the already original offer of 375 milliliters.
Mr. Blake.
Crown Royal.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
Sorry, I know that 3 minutes goes by fast, Joe.
That's 9 years trying to wrap into 3 minutes.
Rosemary Tanner.
Presenting some comments, Rosemary Tanner, 122 North Duran, for someone who was not able to be here tonight. Jackson, the home of the Republican Party. I love showing off Jackson. I believe in God and the U.S. Constitution. I'm a Catholic and have raised 3 children in Jackson who are all doctors. My grandchildren and friends come here to visit. I respect freedom of speech, one's right to protest peacefully, and our great Second Amendment. However, I'm against the new LGBTQ flag with the added pink and blue colors representing transitions. I have just returned from teaching for 4 days in San Francisco. I watched daily protests. Many pedophiles have now adopted the pink and blue colors. If you're going to allow a gay parade that flies the new pink and blue colors that many pedophiles now identify with, I say no. Discrimination is bad. So if there is a gay pride in a new pink and blue colors, will this council discriminate in the future? When will the city council promote separate parades in Jackson for Germans, Irish, Italians, Jews, Polish people, veterans, who are all rich in Jackson history? Will there be a Second Amendment parade in Jackson? Will there be a mandate in our schools to now teach American history and say the Pledge of Allegiance daily? My father fought for the country, World War II. His plane was shot down 3 times and he lost a leg. When will this council stand up for the USA and make America great again and not bow down to wokeism and the pink and blue colors some questionable groups identify with? Thank you, Dr. Mikowski.
Brenda Humphrey.
fellow city council members, I'm speaking on behalf of other people that feel the same way I do about something that's going on. So over the past several years, our downtown has become a beautiful city, starting with the bright walls. But now I'm really disturbed and heartbroken over the direction I see our city is going. Last month, I addressed all of you on the Pride Parade in our city. Like many of you, I'm a parent and a grandparent. My husband and I owned a business here for 25 years. We care deeply about the community that you're all creating. Are you aware of the message that you're sending to the community leaders when you prioritize celebrations and events like this? Are you trying to become the next San Francisco, where they were doing some very disturbing things in their parade? It could happen here because we all know it draws people from larger cities to join in. If you're hosting a gay parade, would you also host a heterosexual parade? I was told last month that the new flag had added the new colors of blue and pink to represent pedophiles. But now I read they have changed it. It represents transgender. I don't get it. Every color on their flag represents sin. I fear God, as we all should. I believe strongly that what adults do in the privacy of their own home is up to them, but I'm imploring you, please stop emphasizing sexual preference. I thought you're supposed to represent the citizens of the city. Are you being paid to advance the LGBT agenda? If so, we as taxpayers and concerned citizens should know. Who paid for all the posters that are put up in all the stores and businesses? But I also believe in solutions. How about just making a choice that the only parade in Jackson is the Rose City Parade, and then we all rally to make it a great success? Thank you.
Christy Davis.
Good evening, Christy Davis, 612 4th Street. I am running for Ward 5, and this stems out of some of my walking that I have done with some people and meeting with residents in my area. I don't know how many of you know much of the history of the Governor Austin Blair Park on Greenwood. I knew none of it until I looked this up. 1941, Austin Blair and his wife moved to Jackson. He then became, in 1954, he was the chairman of the committee that drafted the Republican platform at Under the Oaks, which is also a beautiful park. He became the 13th governor for Michigan during the Civil War from 1861 to 1865. He was a champion of human rights. He was a strong opponent to slavery and secession. He led efforts for women and black citizens to have the right to vote, and he fought to ban capital punishment. He was honored, which I think is amazing, with the only statue at the Capitol for his efforts, and he has two parks. I consider it two parks for him in Jackson. His own park on Greenwood, and then Under the Oaks over on Franklin. He died August 6th, 1994. He was very old. 1894 in Jackson, and he is buried at Mount Evergreen Cemetery. Now, both parks are a very big dishonor to someone who did wonderful things in the city of Jackson and for the state of Michigan. There are lots of complaints of unsafe activities, drugs, large groups of unfriendly people. I don't know how many of you have driven by either of those parks. Those are in my ward, so I drive by both of them very frequently. Darius Audries with, is it Fox?
Fox 47.
Fox 47, thank you. He did a story with the new resident to Jackson that lives right by Under the Oaks with lots of complaints about it. I have talked with residents over near the Greenwood Park, and I am wondering, with all of the great work that Corey Mays and everyone else in his department have done, attracting new residents with 100 homes, my concern is for other parks as well. As we're getting these new residents, are they going to be disappointed in what they're seeing with some of the parks? So my question, and I know you can't answer these right now, My question is, what can residents do to combat some of these issues? What can you guys do as city council? And also, great job to Kelly that she has done with all the parks. They are amazing. I'm just concerned about the safety, especially that little kids can't even use the playground over at the Greenwood Park. Thank you very much.
John Light.
Good evening, folks. John Light. I live in Pleasant Lake, Michigan, out of the north end of the county. And just a little shout out to Mr. Dowling right there. John, you're going to like it a lot better on this side. Okay, so good work for the city. They don't keep you around for 31 years unless you're doing a good job. What I want to talk about is council gets painted with the same brush. So when one of you or several of you make mistakes, it kind of all blends in. So I want to talk about a couple instances. I believe it was in late May right here. We had a public speaker that spoke in citizen comment, and it riled up Mr. Wood. He didn't agree with what that speaker was saying. I won't even go into what they were talking about, but he used councilman comment that night, sir, to say that when you speak in a public forum such as this, there's a responsibility that goes along with that, and he's absolutely correct on that. Now, we live in a pretty say what you want society now, so short of getting sued, anything goes. But he said that there's a responsibility when you're speaking in a public forum. We'll fast forward to, I believe it was the June meeting, when you guys approved the latest marijuana operation was out on East Michigan. And there was some discussion on that. It was voted in. And part of the discussion was Mr. Mahoney asked the city manager, hey, some of this tax money that comes from this marijuana, what do we do with that? Okay, he told Mr. Green, you don't have to answer that right now, but I'm interested in that. And Mr. Wood, who was quick with the joke, said, I think it goes in the pockets of the Leone Township Board. Now, I want to tell you why that was such an irresponsible remark, sir, because the Leone Township Board is made up of 7 people, the treasurer, the clerk, the supervisor, and 4 trustees, okay? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the tax, what was happening with that tax money. I won't get into that, but it was such an egregious thing going on with the supervisor, the treasurer, and the clerk that there was a recall effort. They were taking tax dollars that they shouldn't from the marijuana. No trustee took money. The trustees were actually the solution to the problem because one of the trustees thought that that was such an egregious act that he helped spearhead the recall effort. So if you want to talk about responsible thinking, I mean, the camera's always on you. Mr. Mahoney, you seem to get a big kick out of that too. You pointed over and said, hey, man, good one, and everybody chuckled. I was not at that meeting. I don't know who was laughing and who wasn't. All I saw was the comment, and all I saw was the mayor was on the TV. Okay, so maybe, sir, instead of talking about barcodes on Norwegian battleships or some of the other things you talk about, you might use your councilman comments tonight to apologize to them 4 trustees, okay? Some that aren't there, some that's still out. And Mahoney, Mr. Mahoney, you might follow suit, sir, because you never know when the Leone people were watching, which several were that night. Thank you.
Nathan Boyd.
Begin. All right, my name is Nathan Boyd. I live at 6066 Riverside Drive. This is my first time ever doing something like this. It's big to me, it's important to me, and I'm here to address some of the things that these fellow Jacksonians were talking about, and that's saving a kid, saving a dad, saving another man, woman, saving ourselves, all right? I'm here to propose something that I think could and will be a bridge for our community, all right? So my name is Nathan Boyd. I'm Jackson's child. I was born in 1978 at Foote Hospital. I went to both Catholic and public schools, going on to get my GED at Thomas in adult education. Poor choices led to that. I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I'm also a son, I'm a husband to a hardworking single mother like most everyone I grew up with. Simply put, there was no men in my life constructively shaping and directing me, leaving me to seeing and experiencing adult behaviors at a very young age, something these people are all talking about within their community. Because of that, I became very lost, angry, and scared, only to keep making these same mistakes over and over. So after multiple stays in rehabs, jail, never went to prison, for alcohol, never been in trouble sober, never committed a crime, never done harm to myself sober. So alcohol was always the factor to my legal issues, to my mental state. But by the age of 39, I took my last drink. It was my last DUI. I went through recovery court for a second time. Thank God for that program. I made a decision to start healing from the trauma, both passed on to me and self-inflicted. I own my stuff. I don't blame no person or place. I own my stuff. But before 17, there were some adults that dropped the ball, okay? We'll just call it that. So what brings me here today is what allowed this rebirth, all right? Fitness. Fitness was always the foundation to my recovery and healing mentally. Keyword, mental healing, okay? So I know this to be true because 7 family members of mine who had success financially, both from, but they were bankrupt mentally, okay? They struggled. And these 7 family members killed themselves. And one thing I do know that they did not consider was exercise or health, eating or just getting out of the house. So I asked this council, my birthplace, to consider Calisthenics Park to be put in a budget or on some land. This Calisthenics Park will not cost a lot, okay? This will bring a bridge, and I have a recording. I'm running out of time. I will not get a chance to play it, but these guys on the East Coast are supporting me because it has brought them out of their boroughs. We're talking Brooklyn, Harlem, Philly. These are rural areas, and I'm not talking some blue-collared kids coming out of their apartments. These kids are coming out and they found fitness, all right? But they need a leader, all right? Fit me in your budget. Fit me in there somewhere where I can work for the rec department. Hire a felon.
Thank you,
Show
Ms.
the community
Boyd.
you work with felons. Because I can't get a job nowhere around here, man. Anyways, we need a park calisthenic, sophisticated.
Rachel DeBruler.
Hi. I'm a little nervous. This is the first
Don't
time
be
I've
nervous.
came. I just want to speak about the police misconduct. And I had something happen to me in February, and yes, I am a felon too.
So it's okay. We can hear you.
I did 36 months. I did 2 years out of 3 years of federal probation. I was let go a year early. I don't do nothing but work and stay. I don't do anything. Jesus.
Okay. Take it easy. Take a deep breath. It's okay.
I was profiled and harassed. They made a mockery. I mean, when I tell you, I got pulled over for a taillight. My taillight was out. It was 9:30 at night. I just got into town. I worked 9.5 hours. I come out of the Quickie Mart. They pull me over. I'm not speeding. I'm not doing anything wrong. All I know is they called back up. They got 6 police out there doing the most, laughing. It was just yes, I had a drink before I went, but I didn't even blow over the legal limit. The lady that handcuffed me, she hurt me. I have pictures of my wrist and where she pinched me with the handcuffs. And so I kind of flipped out a little bit, and she almost pepper sprayed me. And I mean, it was just very traumatic. It was traumatic, and I am so tired of, I've had a hard time finding a job in here. I've been turned down from jobs because of my felonies. And now every time somebody runs my name and they pull up my record, I'm being subjected to being harassed. They ransacked my car looking for drugs. I got pulled over for a taillight. It's just not right. And I know a lot of other people in Jackson right now that are dealing with the same kind of issues, dealing with the police. And not only that, I have been treated differently because of my affiliation with African American people, and it's just, that's just the truth. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these police, and every time I get a police officer behind me, I had a panic attack, because 2 days later at my job, I had a police officer follow me off of the highway, and when I stopped, I lost it, because I don't know. It's just, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Rachel.
I just get really emotional when I talk about it, but
It's okay.
if something could be done, yeah.
Peter Bormuth.
Peter Bournemouth, West Pearl Street.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Can you hear it? We have people give a prayer, talk about unity, right? But then look what we've got here in this room tonight. We don't have unity. We have abortion that's illegal in 24 states. That's almost half our union. Why? Because of some evil scum, Jesus Christ. All right? We have 12 states that allow health care providers to refuse to provide contraceptives to women. Why? Because of some evil scum, Jesus Christ. We have 17 states that are banning books in our library. We got people here tonight asking for a library millage. I support that millage. I support our libraries. But we got people trying to ban books because of this evil scum, Jesus Christ. I tell you, the only book that ought to be banned is the New Testament. It's nothing but a story. And you people take it literally. We've got 23 states that ban gender care. Why? Because of some evil scum, Jesus Christ. That's all I got to say. You can take the rest of my time.
That concludes our public comment for today. Brings us down to item number 8, consent calendar. Looking for a motion and support on the consent calendar. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I did have a question on the traffic control orders, just a procedural thing. For Mr. Dowling, you're not going to get away without one last question from me. Am I reading this right? That, and I may not be, it seems to me from reading the items that we have to do a study, and regardless of what the speed limit currently is, if the median speed of what people actually drive is significantly over that, we have to raise the speed limit under state law. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Does that seem insane to you?
No.
Can you explain that to me, please?
The way that the roads are built and designed and everything, people feel comfortable, and most of the time you don't even look, you don't see what the speed limit is and everything. And some streets, and especially like these that we're asking for, you've got Wisner and West Avenue with much higher speeds, and then you've got 25 miles an hour, which is an artificial speed limit that's been posted on that. When you're in the commercial district right there, it's very difficult to go that speed. And if you go on Argyle just to the west of Hunt School, the speed limit's 35 out there. So to say, that it's to be 25 right here, and I know the police used to set on those for years just to ticket people, but it's very difficult on those streets, the way that the width that they're built, and because portions of Monroe and Argyle are 4-lane roads. And then to say, okay, but you can only go 25 on these. It's very difficult to do that speed limit. And so that's how the design or the speed studies are put together by state police and by local, as we do the checking them with the radar and everything, seeing what the motorists are driving right now. And the state law was changed a few years ago in 2016, and it said you cannot post them less than 50% of the, what the speed is that's being traveled out there. So that's only half, you know, what is half of the people driving? And if they're going over that, you know, so we're not taking it to the 85th percentile, which is where you usually set your speed limits. We're just trying to bring it up to the 50 percentile. And that's how state law is written. And so if you do studies and find that the traffic is going that way, it makes sense to put the speed limit up to where motorists are currently going. And this is just the 50th percentile that we're trying to go to.
Thank you for the education, Mr. Dowling, as always. I think I did not know, I think I did know, but was not thinking about the 85th percentile being the norm. But I guess my follow-up question is, because I do share my constituents' concern about the school area, does the posting of a school hour speed limit require a similar action by council? Or
Yes, there would have to be a traffic control order to do that.
Okay.
And we do have, in another part of the city, actually, we do have that for several schools in other parts of the city. And another school is going to be coming within a month or two to ask that, to get a traffic control order to adjust putting school times there.
Okay.
So that is something that could be done in Argyle also.
And if this traffic control order passes, how quickly does it go into effect?
Within a couple weeks, it basically just how soon can they get new signs put up?
Okay.
As we work with staff and everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling.
We don't
I
have the
appreciate
signs ready to go tomorrow morning, but it
I
just,
understand.
but it will be, just put into the workload if this gets passed.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
That was more than one question.
I know, I apologize.
No,
This is
it's
the
okay.
consent calendar, too. I'm really
No, it's
screwing
all
things
good.
up. Yeah.
It's all
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council?
I just would like to just note that we have a resignation on our consent calendar. I never could get his name right, but I had the opportunity to work with him. And I just want to note that it is with regrets. He was a very good worker and served the one board I was on very well. Ja, am I saying it right?
Hearing and seeing no other comments or questions, Madam Clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to number 9. We have no other business. Item 10, new business. A, looking for a motion and support to approve the Brownfield Development Plan and reimbursement agreement for property located at 545 Hupp Avenue.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item B, looking for a motion and support to consider a resolution establishing an industrial development district at 503 East Biddle per the request of the owner.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item C, looking for a motion and support for the approval of American Rescue Plan Act state and local fiscal recovery funds for the provisioning of governmental services in the amount of $1 $304,825. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I just have a quick question. So we're not making any determination for how those funds will be used. We're just putting it aside to be used up until 2026. Was that accurate?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just making sure everything's in,
Yep.
put in the right boxes so it doesn't get
Yes.
clawed back.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing or hearing no other discussion, Madam Clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item D, looking for a motion and support to approve the funding for OpenGov full site procurement software 3-year contracting amount of $125,711.40 and authorize city manager to execute the appropriate documents in accordance with the City of Jackson purchasing guidelines.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item D, adopt a resolution, looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution to approve and adopt the Transportation Asset Management Plan.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item F, looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution for the designation of street administrator.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Is this new? Is this a new? No. Okay.
We gotta figure out a way. Well, Troy's gonna be taking over for that guy who's retiring, so everything that John used to do, we gotta officially make Troy to do when
Got it.
appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing or hearing no further discussion, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. And brings us down to item G, looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution to approve the revised limited English proficiency plan, authorize the mayor and city manager to sign the non-discrimination policy statement, and authorize the mayor to sign the Title VI assurances.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passed unanimous. Brings us down to item H, looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution to enter into a contract with the Michigan Department of Transportation for the maintenance of state trunk lines from October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2029, and authorize city manager and city engineer to sign the appropriate contract documents.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. I did too.
Yes, so did I.
Let's do it again. Item passes unanimous. brings us down to item I, looking for a motion and support to approve the contract award for maintenance paving on I-94 Michigan Avenue from Dwight Street to east of the city limits to Bailey Excavating Incorporated of Jackson at a cost of $87,421.08, and authorize the mayor and the city clerk to execute the appropriate documents in accordance with the purchasing agent.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Third time's charm. There we go. Passes unanimous and brings us down to item J. Looking for a motion and support to approve a revocable license for the installation of underground conduits within the Wesley Street public right-of-way adjacent to the county courthouse at 312 South Jackson Street, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the appropriate documents.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion?
Just for my education, when we do these revocable licenses, is it just a permission slip saying, yeah, you can do that?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
With insurance.
Seeing or hearing no further comments or questions, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item K. Looking for a motion and support to approve a stormwater management agreement and declaration of easement with LSMA Jackson LLC for development of 971 Northwest Avenue, and authorize the city manager to execute the appropriate documents.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous and brings us down to item L. Looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution to enter into an agreement with American Forest for a project to inventory and improve the nursery stock within the right-of-ways for the public streets within the city of Jackson, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the appropriate documents.
So moved. Oop, second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Just a quick question that I'm hoping the answer is yes. Will this include them taking an inventory on how trees have been trimmed over the years that may impact a citizen's home due to it being trimmed in a direction that may fall on their property?
I don't know for sure, but I do know the purpose of this grant is to establish an inventory to better maintain the trees. So in a roundabout way, I'm guessing yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll probably take some time to figure out all the stuff that has happened in the past, but it'll all be in the mix for going forward.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, have we identified any priority areas where this project will begin?
This is for the whole city, so there's,
Not in order of priority?
no,
Okay.
this is for the whole city.
I see the wheels turning. If anybody else got any questions.
Comment. I thought it did allude to areas, and I assumed it might be in my area. We have a lot of old tree stock, and I know there have been some trees removed and stumps not. So, I don't know. I'm just hoping that they do take a good look at Ward 1. Thank you.
Seeing and hearing no other comments, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item M. Looking for a motion and support to approve change order 2 to the SCADA improvements contract with J. Rank Electric Incorporated in the decreased amount of $37,720.81 to balance the contract by removing the allowances not needed and authorize the city manager and director of public works to execute the appropriate documents.
So move.
Moved and supported. Any discussion?
Just want to take a moment to recognize we just were about to save 37 grand. So kudos to city staff.
Right. Cheers to that. Seeing and hearing no further discussion, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item N, looking for a motion and support to approve the purchase of a Caterpillar Model CB 2.7 MB compactor from Michigan Cat in the amount of $66,166.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion?
I have a question. Is there a year model for this new equipment? I know it spoke to year 2000 was the last time, or that was the age of the old. Is there this brand new, like 2024, 25?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's 2024.
Okay.
It doesn't say on the invoice, but I'm guessing it's a 2024 model year.
Well, it does say new, so we can't assume it's not a used model.
Oh, it's not new, it's
correct?
not used at all. No, it's
Okay.
not used at all. No, we're getting new equipment. It's a 22-year-old machine.
Hopefully 2025, right? Did that satisfy most of your question, or you want the exact year?
No.
So we can wait. Okay.
And I do know that it said new.
I know, it's good for us to clarify that though, for sure.
Right now, with like build times on things, it's anyone's guess whether it's a 2024 or 2025 sometimes. So there's a lot of things we're ordering that take a minute to build, like a plow truck. So we might order it in a year, and it might be the next model year. So that's a good question to ask. So maybe we'll think about that in the future.
Okay. Seeing or hearing no other questions, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item O, looking for a motion and support to approve the purchase of a new Caterpillar Model 430 backhoe for from Michigan Cat. Out of Lansing, Michigan, in the amount of $158,705.
So move.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
Mr. Mayor, what do we do with the old pieces of equipment?
I think they go into auction.
We sell them at auction. We have one auction, well, I shouldn't say one. We auction them off. We use a third-party company called Bittergy to auction them off, and these ones will be put in our auction. We normally do at least one per year. So it'll be held until we accumulate enough equipment and then do an auction.
Thank you.
Item passes unanimous, brings us down to item P. Looking for a motion and support to approve the purchase of a new 2024 Vermeer D 10 times 15 system for the amount of $226,614.71.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Just gonna say it includes a 7% contingency.
Oh, yeah, so moved.
Okay. Moved and
Yeah, let's buy a drill.
Hey, Will took that support back. We was gonna wait. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
No.
Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item Q. Looking for a motion and support to approve a contract with M&K Jetting and Televising in the amount of $144,375 for performing water service line verification for the complete distribution service material inventory, which is tracking our lead service lines, right? Yes. Okay.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item R. Looking for a motion and support to approve change order number 7 to the wastewater treatment plant Clean Water State Revolving Fund 2022 improvements contract with Allied Mechanical Services in the increased amount of $36,722 and authorize city manager and director of public works to execute the appropriate documents.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item S. Looking for a motion and support to award a professional service agreement contract with Fishbeck in a not-to-exceed amount of $187,500 to provide environmental consultant services during the commercial exchange demolition.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item T. Looking for a motion and support to approve a resolution to accept $664,600 Spark grant from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources and the Council of Community Foundation for a new addition to the MLK Pavilion and Playground.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It says addition to the pavilion and playground. So does that mean the old playground and the old pavilion will remain?
I think it probably should have been switched. It's an addition to the playground and a new pavilion.
Okay, that's what I thought I had heard.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor, council, thank you. Yes, it's right now it's an addition to. We're going to add more space for the pavilion. We're going to add walking path, some playground exercise, multi-generational equipment, playground equipment. And then the rest of the older playground would just depend on if we end up funding in addition to the King Center and where that would go in the back part of the property. So right now we'll have it all. But what I like about it, it'll have the walking paths and it'll connect to the MLK Equality Trail. So it'll be like a really nice addition to fill up that front property. Nice. Hope that helps. It's hard to visualize it when I say it, I suppose, but does that help?
I think so. So you're saying that the old pavilion will remain,
For right now.
but there will be an addition to it?
Yes, yep.
And then the playground, one side will be?
It'll be on the southern portion of that property,
Okay.
closer to the trail system.
Okay,
Mhm.
I got it.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other questions or concerns? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously and brings us down to item U, looking for a motion and support for the approval of a $125,000 racial equity audit proposal from the CNA Center for Racial Justice as requested by the City of Jackson Racial Equity Commission.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion?
I do have one question. I know contained within the proposal, they had mentioned interviewing some of the city officials and personnel. Are those interviews mandatory? Can someone opt out of participating in those interviews?
If you work for me, you go to the interview and you give an interview. If it's your board or commission member, they can do what they want. So, but if you're working for the man, you go into an interview.
Thank you.
So it sounds like mandated for staff. Anybody elected or appointed, they discretion. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously, and that brings us down to item number 11, council member comments. I will start to my left, Council Member Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, some of the comments from people during citizen comments are just sometimes really disturbing and isn't about unity and justice. So I don't know what to do about those comments. But I feel like, our goal is to be a community where all feel welcomed and honored in being who they are. And it's just disheartening. But we'll keep working as a group to create a community where people can live and thrive.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dancy.
Thank you. So I think each and every one who came up had their comments. I appreciate everything they said, so I appreciate that. But also, I'd just like to give some kind of update on the East Side corridor, East Michigan corridor. So they meet every 2 weeks. They've been meeting every 2 weeks for the last month or so. They're working on a proposal, getting information together. So they're going to bring that forward. And there will be meetings in the community later, but as of now, they're just doing fact-finding. So just a small little update on that that I have. And thank you. Thank you for the passage of the racial equity audit. I've been waiting on that for 4 years to get it together. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for that. Thank the council for the unanimous decision. Other than that, oh yeah, also I see that the Booth Center is open. Phase 1 has been completed, so you can go in and enjoy some activities over there now. Next step is Phase 2, sometime in the spring next year. So I just thank Callie and everyone for all the work they've been doing. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. Enjoy. Go, fight, win.
Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I agree totally with Councilmember Gunn. Sometimes it's very difficult, and I try to be pretty generous with my religious beliefs, but it gets tough too, and we just hope we can experience or bring forward some unity. Everybody has their own thoughts and process, and I try not to push it on, so it is a little disheartening. There were a couple, and I thank everyone for coming out, but there were a couple of citizen comments. Saving ourselves means so much to me. Just from personal experience and misconduct, everybody should be treated fairly. I do want to just go on to other things. There's just those things that just kind of stick out to me. But the comment I'd like to do or announcement I'd like to make is that as your council member, I am working with our state senator and Diane Washington to bring some information to the Ward 1 youth, young adults. Everyone is invited, but we're looking to have a ice cream social to kind of speak with youth about the importance of voting and what it means. One thing I learned in the process of doing this or setting this up, is that when you apply for your driver's license, if you're 16 or older, you can sign up to vote. You know, you're not allowed to vote until you're 18, but you can actually sign up. So those are things that I think the young people need to be made aware of, and then the importance of voting, because I'm a believer of exercising my right to vote, so my voice is heard. So I think that's important. So it will be on August 30th. The school will have already started. However, children are out of school on the 30th for the Labor Day weekend, so I'm hoping I can get, a few youth there, trying to gather some young people. So I hope you pass the word on. It will be in Diane Washington's garden on Williams in Rockwell. We'll start at 11 a.m. So looking to get some words of encouragement from our state senator and encourage some young people to participate in our YPOP Diane's Garden event. So 8:30, that's the date, at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Forgrave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank Liz and Jen from the Jackson District Library for giving their presentation on the upcoming millage. I think they did a wonderful job. As a library employee, I would encourage everybody to go vote on November 5th. As a city council member, and more importantly, a Jackson County resident, I encourage everybody to go vote yes on November 5th. I think communities are made less so without a library, and I think everybody can use their imagination. If the millage accounts for 90% of our funding or the library's funding, what would happen to 14 locations and 140 employees countywide if that wasn't coming into the library's coffers? So again, thank you for them coming out, and I hope for the best.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, and I too would like to just speak to a couple of the comments that were made this evening. Ward 5, the parks, Greenwood Park under the Oaks, those are beautiful parks. I do sit on People for the Parks and Trails with Aaron Dimmick, and we had the opportunity this early spring to clean up those parks and beautify them with new, beautify them with cleaning them up and laying down some of the mulch. Yes, some mulch. Yes, thank you. Drew a blank. And so, yes, I do ride by those parks frequently, and ensuring that the lighting is up. Had some conversation with city manager, and we were able to address that. So thank you, Jonathan, for that. And then as far as the comment that was made about the police misconduct, that is very, very disheartening. I do also sit on the Police Oversight Commission, and we are working with our law enforcement to look at the operation and the policies and the ways in which stops are handled and the purpose and how people are treated at the time of those stops. So we do hear you. We understand that many people have had unfavorable encounters with law enforcement, but we are working to bridge those gaps and build relationships through collaboration. And lastly, had the opportunity to participate with the Interfaith Shelter Block Party. And it was really nice to see a lot of young people out there and some people running for other election offices, and they were there. So just really seeing our community participate in activities that are being held. And so I encourage you to stay abreast with the City of Jackson website. We are very, very intentional with putting dates and events out there so that everyone can participate. But again, thank you. We had a nice turnout tonight, and I encourage you to continue to come to our city council meetings and let your voices be heard.
Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. It's good to see a high turnout for these, especially when there's I think sometimes we get very high turnout when there's something very sexy and exciting on the agenda. And tonight we were mostly buying heavy equipment for DPW. So it is good to see turnout at this. I want to thank Mr. Light for correctly pointing out that I owe an apology to several current and former members of the Leone Township Board. Mr. Light's completely correct that I painted with a broad brush. That was wrong. Thank you, Mr. Light, for giving me the opportunity to correct that. I apologize to those members of the trustee board at the time. I think a couple of them are still on the board, although there's been a lot of turnover. I will not, on the other hand, apologize for the joke about the Norwegian Navy. That's just a good joke and some harmless fun. So I want to clarify for members of the public that when we approve a permit for a parade or that kind of, whenever we have these special event applications, we're not throwing the parade. People are organizing it themselves, and we're just saying, yeah, you can do it. We're not officially sponsoring it as the city or saying that that's the kind of parade that could happen. If somebody would like to organize a Greek American Heritage Parade or something, I'd be happy to march in it. Thank you to the team behind the JPS Parks and Recreation millage. Where's Kelly? Kelly, great job, both on and off the clock, working for our parks. I want to extend my gratitude to you and the team for making that happen. I know that it was a very close election, but as the poet Dominic Toretto once said, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. That's a Fast and the Furious quote for those who have not. You know. I also want to give a thank you to our illustrious city engineer, John Dowling. The amount of Jackson history this man knows is staggering to me, and I will miss him bringing that depth of knowledge to our conversations here and in his office. I also really want to point out to people, as I think the proclamation made clear, that John was born and raised here, moved away, and chose to come back. I think that when people choose to make their home in Jackson, either coming home or moving here for the first time, that's what makes our community stronger. And I think that when I think about how many people move away from this community and don't come back, I think that is why we have a lot of the problems we have. And when I think about all the people who have moved here who didn't grow up here, and when I think about the people who grew up here and stayed, or grew up here, left, and returned, I think that is why I feel hopeful about our future. So I just want to thank John for that, for all of your years of service, and for coming back and being an example for us. We will miss you. I will miss you. I'm sure that Troy is going to miss you. But I know we're in great hands with Mr. White as the incoming scapegoat. Finally, I want to thank our city clerk, as well as our elections and records coordinator and all of our election workers for a smooth primary election. Clerks and election workers across the country over the last few years have come under some pretty scary attacks. I don't want to get into why, but I think we all know why. And I'm really grateful that Jackson has a good clerk, a strong clerk, and we've been able to attract and retain quality election workers, both full-time and part-time, which a lot of communities are really struggling with. And I think that's a testament to the person who we have running that office and to Jackson as a community overall, especially in these times of completely uncalled for harassment of election workers. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for that. I'll leave it there. I've got some follow-up for our city manager after some public comments, but I do want to circle back and say thank you for coming to public comment tonight. I'm going to chase down some of this stuff, and hopefully we can come to some kind of resolution for some of the folks who raised some concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you guys for your comments. Mr. Dowling, thank you for your service. Sincerely appreciate you, and I think that you deserve another rousing round of applause for everything. And that's also an early applause for when we ask you to come back, because we need some additional information from you, which will at that point be volunteering. But sincerely, thank you for your service. Kelly, thank you and the entire Parks team, because a win is a win is a win, whether it's 1 or 1,000. And I know that was slim. I was telling somebody that the last order of business for the night, I couldn't sleep for my own election reasons. And like before I laid down, I'm like, man, let me make sure that this passed. And I was very, very happy to see that it passed. And the margins don't matter, right? So congratulations on that. I think that shows how much work that you put in, but it also shows the community of Jackson cares about investing in our children, which makes me happy. To the individuals against the parades, I think Councilmember Wood did a great job at addressing that. We don't host the parades, but one of the things that makes me happy about Jackson is that we proudly celebrate and accept all differences. Every time I come into city council before I get here, no matter how much of a rush I'm in, I make sure that I pray. And I don't care what you believe in or what you don't believe in. That's your business. But I think on behalf of Christians nationwide, I'll apologize to Mr. Bournemouth, because not every person who proclaims to be a Christian is living and showing and walking in the way that Jesus Christ walked. And that is the hearts of men, unfortunately. And I know that some people may have other feelings, but I think the only evil scum that we have on this earth is the hearts of men and women operating in their own and on their own behalf, because God and Jesus don't have nothing to do with hatred. The number one responsibility that we have as Christians that's stated in the Bible, like God's number one commandment above all things, above all the 600 rules and regulations that are in Old and New Testament, above all things, we are supposed to love each other as God loved us. And that means meeting people with compassion and grace. And if you don't understand, that does not give you permission to hide your hatred behind your so-called religion. And I think that coming in to complain about someone else celebrating their differences is not fair to them. If you would like to see whatever type of parade, I would gladly, happily support it, whether it's the Second Amendment, even though the Second Amendment does not need protection because it is literally the Second Amendment, right? But you can parade about it if that's what your heart desires to do. You are more than welcome to host a parade of any type that you want. In fact, I think at one point in time in the city of Jackson, there was a Ku Klux Klan parade. More than once. My goodness.
On the east side, too.
And I'm sorry that we don't all shine the light of God the way that it's supposed to be, which causes people who already don't believe to not believe even more. And I'm sorry for that. That hurts my heart, makes me emotional. Trying to regather my thoughts. I appreciate every single one of you guys on council. I think it's been far too long since I've said that. I appreciate the differences each and every one of you guys brings, the questions that we all ask during the meeting, the due diligence that it takes to put in prior to the meeting, because this is not an easy job. But the one thing that I know is that everybody comes here and brings a whole authentic self. We have no groupthink. We are independent thinkers and all believe that we are working towards making Jackson the best place that we can make it. Mr. Boyd, if nothing else, I just want you to know the look in, I'm not sure if this your daughter. I have 5. And the look of how proud she was to see you standing up and speaking for what you believe in, even if absolutely nothing happens, your heart should be content because they know that they have a dad who's willing to stand up and talk about the things that they believe in front of this body. And I appreciate the phone call and the conversation that we had about what you are looking to do, because that's not easy either. You know, it's not easy, but you did it, and I'm happy that you did it. And just to be able to see over your shoulder when you get an opportunity, I think she sat right in the right place to where when you watch the tape back, you should be able to see that look on her face. She was extremely proud to see and hear her dad speak in front of this body. So that made me happy too, as a father of 5 daughters myself. Jonathan, the rest of the staff, Shane, those individuals who get early morning and late night phone calls from me, the chief, John Willis. I appreciate you guys and the due diligence that you guys have, and all of the meetings that you attend, all the work that you guys all put in. Mr. Attorney, I think I've called him as late as like 10:45 at night with questions and concerns, and you guys always seem to answer. I don't know if I just get lucky or if y'all really just care that much, but I appreciate it. It does not go unnoticed, and it is highly, highly appreciated. Last thing, we have a Community Cleanup Day on Saturday, September 7th coming up for Neighbors Helping Neighbors, MLK Corridor Improvement Authority event from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. It will start at MLK Drive and High Street, and we are going to clean up that entire corridor again, because we want to make sure we're being good stewards of that area and the work that we're doing to make sure it does not return back. And then the last thing that I will say, Council, I would ask that you consider this as I work with the city manager. there was a man who was born at the end of this month. August 30th was his birthday. This man put in years and years of work. This man is known not just statewide, but he's known nationwide. He's known region-wide. He was the state president of the NAACP. He is a former council member. His favorite thing to tell people is if they won't let you legislate, then you have to agitate. He was a fighter for this community. He is a hero to many, and he has gone far too long being unrecognized. I am working with the city manager and would appreciate your support, as I know that there is a plethora of community support for this endeavor to rename Milwaukee Street after Carl Breeding. That is something that I'm personally taking up. I know how important it is. After working on, when I became and I know I'm going long. If y'all tired, I'm sorry. I'm tired too. But when I first became a member of the NAACP, one of the things that annoyed me the most is the fact that renaming MLK was on the agenda for so long. I mean, meeting after meeting. And I'm like, I don't know why this is still on here. So I took it up as a personal endeavor to research why it was so important. And why it's so important is the same reason why I feel like once I'm gone, at whatever point that comes, that my face be a face that's on this wall. Because it is very difficult to imagine the possibilities if you do not see your reflection in the places and the spaces that you aspire to go to. Right, so whether that be being the first black mayor and somebody wanting to be the next, whether that be being the president of the United States of America and somebody did that and somebody aspiring to be the next, whether that be the buildings that we walk into that are often named after people, and most definitely the streets that we drive on, which a majority are named after people. I think it is important that we honor that man and the work that he did in this community in that way. My recommendation is for it to be called Carl Breeding Way. So whatever due diligence we have to do, I just wanted to put that into the atmosphere. The family has asked for it for a long time. NAACP supports it highly. I think several people, not only citywide but statewide, can attest to all the work that Mr. Breeding put into this community. And I feel like it would be a disservice for me to not work to make that happen and ask for your support in making that happen. That concludes my comments, Mr. City Manager.
Just one, like a lot of people. Thank you, John, for your service, but also thank you for your mentorship. As a young DDA director back in the day, and working with you on downtown stuff and learning the ropes of the city, there's probably no better person to learn from. So thank you for that, personally and professionally.
Looking for a motion to adjourn.